Hello everyone. Sorry it took me a second. Checking some stuff. Anyway, of the devil. I actually got the first episode a while ago and the second came out a while ago and I forgot to get it and I got it before we started. If the third episode gets released while I play these, then that's gonna be hilarious. Everybody has told me that this is good. And I am morbidly curious, and I did play all of the Ace Attorney games, so I feel like a part of me is legally obligated to play these, even if the vibes are very different. Don't worry about it, I'm pretty sure that I had it wishlisted. I'm pretty sure I had episode 3 wishlisted. Let's start at the beginning. Rain sizzles of neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street. Oh no! It's the dystopian cyber future. And a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight, light cameras and constant noise. The city's got insomnia with the uneven heart rate to prove it. Yeah, I've been there. There's no escaping the second-hand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a macrodose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Oh. Morgan, criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuff, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. And let me guess. The death penalty is the only punishment left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown and always online. Oh no, it's the actual dystopian present. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Oh no, it really is the dystopian cyber present. Except better looking. Solitude's rarity, anonymity, scars. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark and quiet corners left in the world, well, smell him if you got him. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th present your ID at the door to enter. It kind of killed me. 254th. How many pressings do you need in a city? How big is the city? Or is it the entire country? I need to know. I have at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since I finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. And he shall appear. Okay. Disable tutorials, you can turn them back in settings. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, so please enable tutorials. Although I appreciate that you're telling me, and this isn't like Ace Attorney where the first case is always an introductory one, which is fine, but it just spends a lot of time giving me, you know, tutorials that I know how to deal with. Pressing 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. Hear about a homicide? High clearance rate be damned. You think they treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever, if I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work, you gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can poke around and shake some change loose. Press phone button or tap the phone icon in the top left to access the post menu where you can save load or check settings. You can toggle on auto advancing text with the auto button or check previous lines with the backlog button. Look around for points of interest you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is but a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. That's cute. Okay. A data pad. I'll buy it. And your first credit, thank you, achievement. Even when there are more advertisement than an article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, runabout corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Use a proper takeaway after reading them and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Let's see, subway fixes ask city to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 98% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineers' efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and a skyscraper into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subway last ran, and decades since the last run on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up a hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign financial irregularities. As one of the Canopy's mayor backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution, and with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subway now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels, but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3.354% over budget. The one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the stream. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineers answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time for reasons we do not fully understand. Are we too? It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account and run in information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. Damn. Well, see of them putting the paywall there. As if I reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway that the city will refocus its efforts on the canopy. Maybe increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget, lightens the pocket of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman's lungs already thoroughly chummed the waters. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. And almost hear the building run on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. Civil planning equivalent of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. That's one way to put it. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Do you know that during traumatic events memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, and all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore, not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through this notification. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio probably held the less, and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get state buildings. But there's a few missing persons too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage courtesy of Cadicius as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright, I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. He put it up fine, so far so good. Good morning! Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you provide your name and... Great, please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their text, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far so good, was it? Scan my car or my face? Probably the car is safer. Say, why don't you scan my ID card? Great! Now could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birth is on the damn ID card and my profile. I have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem, my birthday is... actually, I don't know. Profiles... December 26th, after Christmas. 175, no weight marked, I see how that is. Criminal defense attorney, likes puzzles, smoking, and wooden furniture. Who doesn't? Dislikes commercial hairdressers and jogging. Understandable. Can't fall asleep in any position. Coffee, decaf, no. Well, it says decaf, it doesn't necessarily... You know what, I'll take it. I respect a woman who knows that caffeine doesn't work for her. And whiskey sour. Okay. Honestly, can't fall asleep in any position is... I feel like I would love to have that talent. Anyway, it's December 26. December 26. Perfect! Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarters 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection duly warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Just as I progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices that will take the conversation down side paths before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you're unlock an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to develop your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. I know the city is not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? My user interface proudly solved by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. Okay, I think Morgan is evil. I thought that her eyes went black only when it was like inner thoughts, but no, she actually does that when she talks to people sometimes. She's definitely doing a criminal activity on the side. Like, she's evil. You'll find the counseling card to Special Homicide Detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like. Automatic dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling card to Special Homicide Detective's office. Through the door to the right, thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Ice gone bad or something? A voice. No, voice is coming from down the hall. To yours, probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building is empty. The desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you trying about me. Oh, forbid I try to be serious. All the other rings with youthful indignation. Not like it's our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this present, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am! Morgan Esquire, pleased to meet you. Same here, Counselor. Qasim London? And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Let's see my profiles. Let's see, October 19, 162, 63 kilograms. Homicide Detective, third class, likes rice, limes. Automotive is history, likes liars, small plates, and cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews, bad at games of chance, right either, Serious Elite, 86. And London, May 5th. 186, 78 kilograms. Honey, you need to put on some weight. Plot AB plus. Homicide effective, first class. Photography, diverse banks, dislikes ties, pollen, after hours work messages. Understandable. Listens to podcasts. Oh no, he's one of those. Hobby pencil sketching and frequently running late. That's the abandoned subway article. Holograms. Let's see. Enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin, holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a phase range of at least 180 degrees, an effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. Originally patented in late 2059, Watterson's phenomenon was initially used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. I'm not surprised. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until the much maligned Holoday season of 2061, after which laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. We're sorry to see that you install a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tag impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. Fuck you. A mite-sized portable electronic device for use inside local networks. The lightweight portable electronic device known as datapads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, datapads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. I am not surprised. It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that datapads found success in the private and public sectors, where their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. Conductive resin, an industrial polymer capable of programmed electrical conduction. Though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices, where its unique properties allows it to act as well a display and a processor, enabling the thin or even transparent electronics. There are upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, industries, and environments, but they are all fairly lightweight and fragile, except for the small handful formulated for military and security applications. Because of its widespread use in high turnover products such as datapads and smartphones, processes of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer rights groups, though these claims have never been proven before a court. Screen cracks, schedule a fix here. Come on, stop giving me advertisement. Let's see. An automated dependent, the legal designation for any intelligent electronic entity, abbreviated as AD and referred to in common conversation as AD or ADS. Automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. ADs are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Therefore, this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Aha, so robots are legal, but AIs are not. I see. And okay, that's nothing. Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette, light tobacco. What are you, 80? Bro. She can't be more than a few years younger than me. Ahem. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted maybe. 2 whole detectives working at these hours. I'm serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency call within a few minutes. Calls, plural, must have been quite a commotion. Look around, you think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. Well, your profile did say that you have a tendency to arrive late. We were only trapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess I wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy, a fair warning, yeah? That's the hairbreak killer in that room. And we got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. She's so silly. Well, like, she's so silly. Also, I appreciate the, like, the other characters, like, the shadow behind them, like, the sprite behind them is, like, a single color. I do appreciate the fact that she has, like, 2 colors, like, moving from one to the other. Like, you can see starts blue and then it goes up to the red. Mostly because it's becoming very obvious, even right now, to me, that this is a duplicitous piece of shit. I'm not even sure if I pronounced the word correctly. Yeah, Morgan is probably evil, and she's just playing nice. And it's becoming more and more obvious the more she talks to me. Though really is the eyes thing that she does that kind of just gives it away. Like, that change in eyes that she does, sometimes when you just turn entirely black. Like, that is such a, yeah, this character is Two-Faced to hell and back kind of thing to me. I played video games. So perhaps in the meantime you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. Any cooperativity at the rock you live under? Is that a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Well, I am familiar with Hong Kong. Not personally, I've never been there, but I know, you know, I know what it is. I know it exists. Oh, you mean the heartbreak killer? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. The name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from an unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At the street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it it's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. I mean, he's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart, body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. Oh, that gets... Okay, unknown, occupation criminal, okay. Likes killing, of course. Dislikes getting caught, understandable. Favorite color is red, zodiac sign probably not into astrology, and rewards suspended due to the influx of false reports. There's something hilarious about this like being getting caught. Like, I know this is mostly a joke profile. If we ever get an actual profile for the person, but just, yeah, getting caught. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? It is incredibly good shooting. Like, if it's a 6 shooter, then clearly they're gonna have to like reload now, because they already killed 6 people. But that is in fact, like, pretty goddamn good if you're catching everyone in their heart every single time. Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that is a whole different beast. Looks a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Sounds robotic, yeah. You're almost making him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it's not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madame. Of course, my mistake. It's not like we're living in a dystopia or anything. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky. I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Me putting a hand on Londo's shoulders. Honey, I don't know how to tell you this, but if you have them on the military, they definitely commit murder. A lot of the people they kill in wars are actually just literal war crimes. Like, that's murder. Actually. Right. Even like Heartbreak is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Oh, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it. HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we got the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is his heartbreak killer, and tonight was his latest crime. That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I think you have serious evidence to back that up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you said certainly sounds compelling. That lawyer talk for open and shut. But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files and the arcs, of course. Arcs. Augmented reality crime scene. Oh no, they're doing that shit. Ugh. Augmented Reality Crime Scene, abbreviated as ARCS, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations, are frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities. ARCS systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, that UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. I mean, that's still not good. Like, you could manipulate that kind of shit very easily. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? You've never played Ace Attorney, have you? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Damn. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your client stew in interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Inspect. Read. Well, let's start inspecting stuff. Parents, stark and uninviting. This must be your Reyes sisters. Keeping your workstation neat and tiny is admirable, but I can't spot a single modem personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack, or is she really that uptight and boring? Uptight and boring. Both, maybe. Damn. That's worse. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. He doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things that's better in paper, I'll give him that. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people is supposed to cool. Recommend the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expect to find a lot of belt-tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be these bare bones. They got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, what with our dear dotting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Makes sense. Latest novel androids receive warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16, Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of his predecessor, an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Oh god. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16 line would be the first generation of Androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm Androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and child care sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm Androids controversial, more business-focused minds fear that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that view their Androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Anime 16 is poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16's line success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable lifelike, personable charm of their products, and by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble ambassador Lucy Dees on stage on their latest #Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his stirring solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by your customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still, "Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Wanna put in your account info so we can help keep you reading?" Don't call me fam. He's in the news again. No wonder can't speed without it landing on a piece of novel tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. I don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids though. For government use they've just... too expensive, too frail. Well, they did say that, yeah, they have, like, wear and tear by the fact that they get cuts and bruises. I'll understand the wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo-ops waiting to happen. Wait, they bleed pink? Oh no, it's Danganronpa all over again. Okay, nothing else jumps out at me around here. I got a better idea of who I'm dealing with at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to stealth files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automatic dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. Link.uxi433511. Alright, I project from my phone. Okay. Augmented reality crime scene. Ooh. It is like Ace Attorney. Alright, let's see what the police have. And what they think is important. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. It must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. I mean, depends on the piece of art. If you make something out of cement, not exactly delicate. A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screen or cameras here. It was hit hard. Had enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Gun. The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with a murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Yeah, like this is just the beginning of the fourth case in the first Ace Attorney. It's like, oh yeah, we found him with the gun. Where the body was. And their fingerprints were there. Actually, don't they do the same shit in like... the second to last case? No, the second to last case in Greatest Attorney. Like the one where Van Six gets accused of murder. It's like, oh yeah, I found the body and I grabbed the gun without thinking, and it's like, god damn it, it's like Edward all over again. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4, blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart, in brief. That was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. There's a lounge chair that got thrown and... whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Well, that's irrelevant. That's a technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? There it is. Something in the victim's hand. How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. That is the silliest pill organizer ever. Like, it's cute, but like, it's just silly looking. Looks like some immune adjusters and sets and... Tiprexazone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Take daily to reduce injection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her talk screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Currently texting with Brad. Damn. Red! What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, a fucking course. I got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Lol, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and a phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. I'm walking here. What did they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomachache. Said. Gotta be like, youth endangerment. Depraving indifference of some kind of shit. Sounds like you already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. And to be fair, I would do that myself. But only if the mugshot is good. Like, it would need to be a good mugshot for it to work, but like, I would do that. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Oh, fashion murder be like Hardy B is like quaint. Kinda gets me that they're calling him Hardy B. Oh yeah, it's a serial killer. We call him Hardy B. The worst part is that... God, I'm thinking about like that teacher Reddit where like a teacher was like... I don't remember if they were like a substitute, I don't remember that, but like they were posting like, I'm so tired of my students just making like PDD and Epstein jokes, and it's like children are unaware of the weight of their words, I'm afraid. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause probes the nose work? It's pro bono. That's autocorrect. You know they give lead homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. That's racing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow is Sunday, I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the carpe diem shit? It's nearly 4 AM, kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit! Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Do we get a... God damn it, we didn't... I was hoping we would get the profile. IoT, Internet of Things. Internet of Things refers to the network data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications and prosthetics, and of course, automated dependence, all comprise small but vital parts of this network. Without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information, massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private business miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. You know, when I called it that it's like a modern dystopia, I wasn't expecting it to be this bad, but oh boy, it's bad. Let's see. The base, the revolver, the field organizer, glass shards, more random debris. One of the files out of the room by the western window. Interesting. Autopsy report. Same handiwork as previous file lab SMG to confirm ballistic match 2. Expected DNA present, no unexpected crumbs, nothing just no evidence of digital tampering. Interesting. Important message text, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me on a few details. Androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? No, as we know from that one game that is not gonna be as good as Disco Elysium, there'll be 0 parades. I thought there'd be at least a few androids around. How many androids in every police station this week? Not while the brass is renegotiating the contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly they're the biggest robotic corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Save us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids. Warm, yeah, might as well call it the adult line. I see him in the bigger departments or out in patrol, but not around these offices. Warm on call, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. You really think that'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us. With your warm personality, I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door and starts asking questions that are gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all our files from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have it specified, it's the only real union there is anymore. Checking my phone here, I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. At least reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 tiers of Who Heard HK was a real weighty read. And not just journalists though, all kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can't you blame them though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with. We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around as detective. National DNA register, robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rate at an all-time highs. But you're gonna spout some Apple bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. I'm not trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable. Yeah, well... Even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? Let's see, optics. The Optic Crime Surveillance System, abbreviated as Optics, is a partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allows for the free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. Accessible through state employee logins or private partner accounts, Optics Smart UI allows users to search through and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes. Optics is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime, and footage from Optics often serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings where it is considered admissible by default. See People v. Era 1. Users also frequently search public safety measures in my area and daily security level. Regular. We encounter an issue while processing your request. Hey there, it looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities here. With authorities to combat this information here. God dang it! I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance system signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. But chance, deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kind of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires a specific knowledge. You'd need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. I'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not taking their facing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK is only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cam, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some exes, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have, pulling my client those killings is a murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. I saw the time of death was 9 PM on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth, but we'd manage thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from the statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. And you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered, things so quiet before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we had enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Net scrubbing. The process of macro scrapping not only encrypted data in a given time and place, refers to the process of scanning all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location range for evidence of a crime, an increasingly common technique for police departments, corporate investigators, and occasionally public relation firms. While the brute force work is performed by automated dependents, either digital or physical, experienced human supervisors must establish strict search constraints in order to produce usable results. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar of his party law and order platform, but pollings indicated voters rarely held a strong opinion on the process, and the topic has since faded from political discourse. Okay. Right, emergency service got a burst call from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrived on the street at 8 p.m., establishing a perimeter, entered through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covering her blood. At which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular? Your client smothered, cybernetics right arm. How much are we talking about here? Registered with a HAO 85 habilis. Industry grade looks like. This is spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 kPa, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Why would he need a gun then? Body modifications, aka mods, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, the modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, especially identity, to intrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification system, but so far don't have gained much traction. This is also frequently searched for: can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best review neural implants 2086. And suspect's prosthetic. The success of it and its sister products went a long way towards securing state contracts for HAO industries. And Flat's coat. The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve that matches that of the victim. Wait. On the left? I guess this is a Considering a career change. No, it's just your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. Damn. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? Yes. I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his army in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'd be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver, and no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver N54, 6-chamber, 10mm. Calver? How retro? You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin. And no tags. Well, yes, why would you have tags? Calver Firearms Inc., manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062, when it was bought out by Tortec, an acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of the Lockquin Defense Corporation. Though no guns have borne the Calver branding since production halted in 2060, the once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 Q2, so the second quarter, with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales before being discontinued in 2071 third quarter for failing to increase in-game item sales. Why am I not surprised that that's the case? Monetization never leaves. FMX match the bullets from no matches to any other archive forensic data as far as back as 2051. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data timestamp, trigger pulse, safety coded to owner's biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags been made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? Or else do you think he'd gotten away with these 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So the M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Could have been less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of this weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that all are marked with the barrel's shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, yeah, you know, ballistic markings. We know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The Calver your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her. Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points to the cops. Beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. So how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Baker Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already? They really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend and Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. We've got damn near more cameras than people. You gotta be really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Hairspread's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times. And that makes him insane. You're just angry that I'm right. Well, Morgan. Victim Diane Dawn was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Peregrine Laboratories. To the heart, and you're to blame. You get love a bad name of the apartment she shares with prime suspect Carlos Flat. No known connection with previous HK victims. No image of the guy yet. July 8, 189 centimeters. Oh my god, he tall. He fucking tall. Weight 89 kilograms. I feel like he needs to put on some weight. Blood type B minus. Well, be negative. I don't know why I read minus. First degree homicide. Civil disturbance 2 times, no charges. Interesting. Registered at birth. Modifications to industrial cars 4. Known affiliates pending. Psych evaluation pending. You had all this time and you didn't do any psych evaluation. You people are useless. Which actually makes sense. They're the police. All cops are bastards. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that are renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies scrolling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than they all look like cousins. What? The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type, and anyone can see that. You're really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from the photo, but I can take the hint. So you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women's first? Hey, if the shoe fits. I'll be honest, that sounds like a waste of time. Like realistically, it just kinda sounds like a waste of time. Like if you're gonna be murdering someone, you might as well just murder them. Killing people that look like them just for the funnies isn't particularly interesting, I feel. If the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on the... What sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to display their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. I mean, you say that, Morgan, but it's not... I don't know, I don't think it's a good theory. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. You want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, rest rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there have been signs of hesitation, nerves, there have been mistakes, on top of which guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Well, I would argue there's some level of intimacy, but like it would be intimate in a different kind of circumstances, like being close to the other person, probably like point blank. Like if you told me like it's a point blank shot, that I could see as intimate, like it would make sense, but otherwise, yeah. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. Morgan, is there something that you want to tell me? At the person playing the game, Morgan, is there something that you want to tell me? Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints is unpleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. That's a problem. Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession. Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covering his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Let's see. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not say want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think his intention with the gun was to commit suicide, it wasn't to kill her. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it is a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. Not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. She's so silly. Digital autopsy. Let's see. A postmortem examination of an individual's electronic footprint. The law enforcement process of locating, bypassing, authentication on, and investigating all of a deceased individual's online profiles, commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. The widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates, but many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by state processes. Users also frequently search grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile. Interesting. And the flats note. But I'm not so flush with work that I can't afford to entertain now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, Counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual, and that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. Also, he's in a jail. I'm pretty sure that's still illegal. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads! To be fair, she's right. Seriously though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Cameras off if you don't mind. Ugh. Mike's on or off is your call, Counselor. We'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff that is status on. That worried about me. Hot chivalrous! Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign the confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But part of defense attorney is just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Put it another way, he's made the state look bad. I don't like that I turned brown. That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel less like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. 3:35 AM, June 5th, 2086. That whistle in the background is genuinely unnerving. Oh, hi, bro. Yeah, I would be like that too if they found me guilty of killing. Well, you're not guilty yet, but like everybody thinks I'm guilty of killing 6 women. He's oppressing us hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat right. Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We got a lot to cover, but they shouldn't take all night. What are you? Look, I already told you people, I'm not a cop, Carlos. Further things from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. But only if you help me. Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. Hey, whoa! Guess what? We're talking to our client, who might or might not have killed 6 women. He definitely did not kill 6 women. Also, we're definitely evil. I need to point this out. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious that Morgan is evil. It's the eye thing she does. You'll see, it's the eye thing she does. They said they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. And they said that I killed... acting like they were on my side and they thought that I could have... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine. And I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already question you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. Let me just check the last 10. Virtual work release. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there, due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Galley, search results for this stem are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat this information here. Yeah, so it's torture. I'm gonna assume that the virtual work release thing is torture. They're just torturing people and calling it re-education, which, to be fair, most re-education is torture, so... well, we do live in the dystopia. So what do you want to know? Well, tell me about you first. Let's start simple, something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that! So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it have to be pretty... Yeah, I would say utilitarian. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich swapping in neon and chrome limbs cause they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too! You know, my brother wanted to mod too. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. Okay, but what about Fran? What about the brat? What about Fran? He's like a little brother. He had everything planned out, a whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades that afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present, test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured that if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, taste the water. Never thought about lobbying my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Cause that got shit cancelled, now me and every other mother is royally screwed, couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The new Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I work the tighter spaces, the high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for mothers, you know. Speaking freely now, don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here and there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy, you must be under a lot of pressure. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight, and this crap with Long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desktop in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah, and no patience for screw-ups. Trying very hard not to look at his shoulders. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing poos out of my sockets or anything. Oh god, that sounds terrifying. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Wait. Wait. I just realized something. Marks like they, it's not on the gun, but like they mention that the marks on the gun were from a left hand. He couldn't have been able to shoot. Like, he's not, like, he doesn't have the, he's not good enough for shooting with that arm. It wouldn't work. Also, that explains the pills in the pill organizer. Like, moderate to severe discomfort arising from mod sensitivity complications. Like, a drug specifically made to reduce the discomfort from mod sensitivity complications. Like, those are his pills, not his girlfriend's. Never thought it's gone so long that I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spams. Just oversensitivity, they said, an easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, and in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Why did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shot with a waiting list like you wouldn't. It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no, I'd found a dozen other clients with shorter wait lines. For as long as I'm renting and not owning. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I got to work in arms again. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime. I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi? Our industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models. If I took one step on site with an uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that lungs in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain come and go, if the itches that kill ya. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Arm shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear it in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a deadweight 3-joint landfill-made piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible. Technically, I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So you were wearing it when you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure the police bagging it as evidence. So, can't have gotten too far. The detective Reyes was quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only because at the time in question he didn't even have a right. Which again, I need to point out, it was mentioned that he shot with his other arm, which makes no sense if he's primarily right-handed. It just wouldn't work. Like, you don't just shoot a revolver with your offhand. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. I guess I never actually asked her out to the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics, focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her postgrad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted, you believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her, and like... It was a real ass job. Bill real ass money too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the motherable slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No, Pedigree Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Hardcore's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation has the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Hardcore is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murder because of corporate greed. Has she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they love having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working, haven't been making money, haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous of her nothing. Jealous of her goddamn money. The report said you were arguing around 8 p.m. Hey, yeah, must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really shouldn't have. I crossed the line and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Wait, he wasn't even at the apartment? Yeah, walked out the front door, thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Cause the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was piecing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. I kinda stormed off, didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him, that leaves. Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with mudded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I didn't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the camp's probably... What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't... Carlos? I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. Okay, Morgan, did you do it? Morgan, did you kill that woman? Are you the heartbreak killer? Is it you? Oh, favorite flower poppy, student debt sizable, luck poor. It's like scabs, musicals, and cashews, likes airports, worn shoes, and firm bets. Who doesn't? I still can't believe that he's almost 190 centimeters tall. Like, he's tall. But, like, favorite color probably red. She's a redhead. And, like, it's the way she says it. The whole, I'm the one person you don't have to convince. Because she knows that he couldn't have done it because she did it. Like, that's the vibe that I'm getting here. It's like, don't worry about it, honey. I know it wasn't you because I'm the one who has done it all. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs couldn't. You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like, it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was. The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm, her blood was warm. And I saw the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? Like you're some kind of Miles Edward at the end of the first Ace Attorney? Alternatively Van 6 also at the end of the Great Ace Attorney? What picked it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. But bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my file, so he's nervous and defensive. I don't know if this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. No, my money! How can I do my betting? How can I have a gambling addiction without my money? You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because... Yeah, because of your prints. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Did you not see the fourth case in Ace Attorney? Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in any way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid, I know what a gun looks like. But sitting in my own home, right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos, you still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane. But you said you were surprised to see the room trash when you go back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight. What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh, It's an AR module built from data taken as the police center, so... Right, it's just that. It's just data, Carlos, no grisly details. Okay, let me see it. Take your time. Alright, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushion's torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me. I see. Wait, I didn't see the last part. Like so. The bed, the clock, okay. What's wrong? Something out of place? Morgan, I don't know how to tell you this, but your drawing abilities are bad. Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, I guess I just assume your notes will be making edits to the IR. Well, I suppose that works too. Damn. Sorry, I didn't mean. I think your drawing was pretty good considering. I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right, she's sensitive about it. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter, what do you mean? I mean this letter here, do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession, but this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. I say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her and instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you had them. That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? Her what? Yeah, same Morgan. Ahem. Her what? Her fidget tubbies. Oh my god, they're so cute! They're so shaped. They're these collectible ceramic characters things. I love them. I need them. I want them. Can the person behind this game talk to someone who will make them, please? So I can have them for reasons. They're supposed to be like tactile, use them as paperwork or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loves those little things. I can see why they're adorable. I also love the theme song, what they're showing them. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. Okay, I need to see the term, like... Oh, it's not on terms? Is it on evidence? Oh my god, it's on evidence! Collectible and fragile ceramic conversation starters, quote-unquote. The victim's personal collection was pulverized by Carlos Flat's replacement prosthetic arm the morning of the murder. Evidently, an acquired taste. Oh, come on, they're adorable. 5 weeks ago at How Partner Prosthetic Adjustment Clinic. Average wait list duration of 40 business days due to user reported sensitivity issues. An affordable model. Customers frequently cite issues with finger articulation and quick twitch movements, which would make it impossible to shoot with, also. So he couldn't use his regular hand, and he couldn't use the prosthetic either because it doesn't have finger articulation. And this is like an actual gun that requires you to actually shoot with it. Like, it's not something that you can just, touch a button or something. I mean, I was busy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. I got so angry, I ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he did break her fridge at Ducky's with his replacement arm. Damn. What does that change? Nothing, at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the Heartbreak killings anyway... Couldn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so... Alright, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. Well, that's it? That's it! Oh, okay. Although before I do that, I do have to ask... What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean the psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge, a guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right? The police kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this low on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m., June 5th, 2086. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. Smoking in a non-smoking area. Oh, she's gonna have to pay for that. I guess so. Nervous, don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right, I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up! I got relevant experience in other areas! Oh. And what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? With your life on the line? No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. I won't touch the stuff. God damn it. I meant more like playing cards. The game industry is hell everywhere, but you can just play poker. Oh, well then, no, not to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. It's on my profile and everything. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer. If only! No, the state's more like... the house. You mean like the house always wins the house? Yes! They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house. That happens every time she does that. Like, the sound design in this game is very smart. It's very good. So, what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up and eventually, someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me, honey. So that's the strategy? What's up? You know there's a saying about gamblers with strategies? Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA. Already she must be new. District attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who ended up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. What she said. You got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession, let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real pain by the number stuff. Do you have a thing for sayings? See, we found a note at his apartment, with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. I've been building up my hand all night. And now I got the weapons to answer anything they tried to throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for... Analyze the facts as they're laid out, then review the responses in your hand. Select the card that best answers the argument and place it into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. Oh. Alright, the debris. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that same questions. Beginner's luck, question mark. Win your first hand. The achievements are good. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? Yeah. The diagram of the room is created from data you capture, right? Pure non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from that vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from that vase, because that vase is still pristine. How is that? How is that possible? What do you mean, how is that possible? The lady at the garage told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I try and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fidget Bob. Fidget Tubbies. What he said. I do hope that every time someone mentions Fidget Tubbies, the little song starts playing. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously, as much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the base, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. The fidget toys must have gotten pulverized during the struggle too. You're really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. That would be... oh, goddammit. The rental. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your fingers should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle body ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies! The song should have played there. Whatever! You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that locked the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report said that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you all on, man? It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over our fidget toy collection? One that wasn't even graded? Saying aside, Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct, they held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed, you idiots. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yeah, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like asylum wall scribbles. It's just because he had to use his left hand to write. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics. Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine, forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. I'm gonna kick this girl's ass. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covering the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, the coat is. What, you're gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something, no sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious what'll be next. You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? He doesn't wear an XSS. Oh, this is an interesting... Yeah, it makes no sense to race anyway. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, sure, there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention. No, I'm afraid not. Never gonna go for the mysterious third party at the crime scene. The proof is seen as I will need to get there eventually. But going there without hard evidence... Can I prove a third party is a thing? Like, that's the main thing. It's like, can I prove that right now? Technically, I can't, but I'm quite confident that my client isn't guilty, so there must have been a third individual at some point. That's cute. Only problem is, the ARC shows plain as day that there's no evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. Well. No, my chips! It was so obvious she has something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But that's no reason for me to play her to play her punching bag. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. Hey, but not illegal either. And if you played Ace Attorney, you've seen that happens more often than not. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier just to show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... It's Morgan. What are you doing? My clothes covering in her blood, I remember that much. Doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One blood-stained jacket fresh from the lab. What's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. It would have been really silly, actually. She actually turned it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by the ton of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing your jacket, Carlos. He's just proving your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood, who we knew died when she was shot in the heart, and you're to blame, you would love a bad name, by a gun that happens to be an old-world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. Smell. Feel. Wait. Let me check the code for a second. Blood on the sleeve. But is it on the... Is it on the arm that he wouldn't have had on? Like, I think that might be it. I think it's a, Just tell me what you see. I see a coat with a lot of dead woman blood on it. And you? Goddammit, it's not that. Dang it, my money! That's not gonna work. The truth is plainly there, but this isn't the kind of detail you can see with your naked eye. Oh, so it's not that? Then what's the thing about the coat? On the sleeve matches that of the victim with no other details of any forensic significance found. Is it smell? Like, what would it mean smell? But like, feel is a little too on the nose, funny enough. Just do me a favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of gunpowder. Or cigarette. Wait, cigarette? What would... Oh, he smokes! Right! He asked Morgan! Because he didn't know that she was gonna smoke here, because he thought she couldn't, which she can, but she's gonna pay the fee for it. Cigarette, that's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket. If you would. Let's see. Huh. I'm pink now. Yeah, you're very pink. No gunpowder. I knew it! But also the cigarette was probably a thing because Morgan does smoke a lot, and I think she's the heartbreak killer. So if, you know, I think it would have had if you know, if it had been the actual heartbreak killer. I think she's a heartbreak killer. What? What about gunpowder? Honey, it's a traditional gun with bullets that happen to have gunpowder. If you shot a person, there's gunpowder smell. It catches on the clothes. Oh, don't blame for yourself for not noticing. This was before your time, child. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. The gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it is still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. I did not leave behind any residue. Which a gun would. Gunpowder residue. Yeah, which would also prove if this person was shot point blank, which I assume they weren't. But like, if that were to happen, just saying. You talk my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces, but a revolver like this one? It leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then this coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they have taken the time to highlight it. Whatever! That just means he washed off after shooting her or she changed his clothes. That's not impossible, but it would be very pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? He has a point. In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. There was mostly icing on the cake for them. That gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get the message? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks, I'm a lawyer is my work. But your luck just ran out, because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Uh-huh. Wanna bet? Yeah, it's her. Like Morgan is the killer, she knows. It's her. Like 100%. 100% she's a Heartbreak Killer. Definitely, like there's no doubt in my mind. A photo of the shooter, if she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. Nah, she must have something. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure, there was. But this isn't from optics. What? Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers might have managed to pick up something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. I can't see who the fuck is here. Well... Okay, the quality is... lacking. And yet there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? Not with the scale their tools operated on. I guess the chances are as always in their favor. The house always wins. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit... blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoom in, blur, color shifted. And so compressed, it looks like it's out from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I couldn't count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss it as missability in car goodbye. You can honestly claim that you can identify my clients from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right, we couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Oh no. A mortal enemy. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? I think I know a DA that could. Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood had a gun shot. And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We established he wasn't wearing his mother arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. Are you gonna make fake evidence to screw me? All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. The photo is real. Imported through. That means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So at a loss for words? Never! I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. if we Diane on the phone owner and ask them where. Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. Yeah, but like... Where's the, That's from the side, that's not the look like... Like, the clock wall is weird there. It makes no sense. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken across the north window. From the north. If it's from the north, then we can clear... Then why can't we clearly see the... Yeah, the clock. It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must have lived on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I could see an opportunity to start turning the tide. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us that the victim was shot from the doorway. Your office's ARC data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And you can now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can bank on more credit for trickier hands down the line. And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window, as long as you consider... I'm going to, Oh, that's the max, really? Just take a look at the clock in the photo. The clock? What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. The photo was taken before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no! The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistake in that. So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. What's so special about that? Nothing, there's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense, you wouldn't recall seeing a clock, because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked down to the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. No one respects Morgan's artistic capabilities. It's very distinct. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs and show you my hand? Just because Discovery Lab compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, Detective. Slip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western windows to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. Why not? The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same time this photo was taken of the shooter. Would you wanna claim that the clock's still on the wall, on the eastern wall, when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Oh right, the shards fell onto the victim. Glass shards, what about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. It happens. It does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here. I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my clients who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall, which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only highway in the apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder the 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You play your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation, you're right about the prints, and the HK figure has claimed his lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... Oh, it's a mirror! That's what it is! That photo was taken from the mirror because it was still up at the time. What is that? You're trying the glass shard thing, the glass shard again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. A mirror that at the time of the shooting stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right hand. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right hand in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Their honest reaction to that. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Some cause has got his teeth in her now. Clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you receive photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you try to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm, he could have stolen one. Little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to wear my fangs. A bit. That's the best you got? Even a bare-bones prosthetic of the back market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into the clinic, which would have left a record of his shoulders OS. Actually, give me a second. A record won't find it. Wait. And he still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. Give me a second. The sound effects volume is a little intense, so I'm gonna lower it a bit. It's a little too much for me. And if it's too much for me, it's gonna be too much for everybody else. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So what Detective Rogers did, he managed to hide a cybernetic arm for your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest. Well... She angry. Any objections? Detective... God damn it! Fold it. Sucks to be you. Show me your hand flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Bring down the house. That's the achievement for doing episode 0. Now I gotta call the DA and tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? That's my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you take her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Not a common occurrence. Yay? But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer is like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but around 200,000 people die from the flu per year. I believe. In most places. It might be worse now with all of the people who are not vaccinating, but that was the usual number when vaccinations was at maximum. I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you go here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to... No, I mean, thank you for not asking. Huh? For not asking if I kill her. Oh, Carlos, I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start, because I did it. What? Don't worry about it. Of course he was. After all... Yeah, she... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was kind of obvious. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss, unless you're that kind of person who has that one genetic disease that causes your heart to be located on the opposite side, which is a thing, but it's very uncommon. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A rose-charged test with singular universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consistent solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thought of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. 8:59 p.m., June 4th, 2086. Bullet number 6 of 6, the gun's empty. It's useless to me now, might as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but... whatever! I guess that's an upgrade on her profile. Occupation, criminal and defense attorney, likes high places, gambling and guns, dislikes nosy people, mud and headphones, hobby batting cages, favorite dish mapo tofu, and cannot carry a tune. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? And ask her now. Hey! Yeah, you hear that? Those old pieces are so goddamn loud! And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably rouse half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use even as a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places usually full of trash. This room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean. Organized, even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except... the shit on the floor. By the window there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them, not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some kind of shit in the corner and ruin everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the end, peer into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what, I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns of the goddamn theory crafting. Oh, and all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who should speak people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I'd kill a lot more than just 6. At least their room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last fight perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight, really savor it. I'm going home. Years weighty tonight. Thick, energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Have you ever laid under a weighted blanket? Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that, but I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. 5:01 a.m., June 5th, 2086. Sorry, using my left is still, That's okay, you can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city sprawling public transportation. I got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m. a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, what else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take a job? Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to play it out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was of course innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public awareness is always preferable to an open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there, like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't steal smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy. And is worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Oh boy, oh, poor child. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died. That was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me. Present evidence. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I've noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. Maybe you can make sense of it. Oh, the pills. What is the... Where do you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seemed like it contained tripexazone, prescribed to help mothers with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps too for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad at the same time. You could feel absolutely nothing while sounding angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medication for the week. To my eyes, anyway. Oh. 5:01 a.m., June 5th, 86. I was gonna say 68. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, so I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody, there's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim, there won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever found you. District Attorney Rockford. She looks freaky. Oh, she looks mega freaky. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried. This is a fail, girl. By all means. Ugh. Counselor Morgan, morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white nose, aromatherapy. Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God! I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court trying to prove the defendant guilty if you haven't played any Ace Attorney. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all the adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What the god are you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Let's see her profile. 2013, 165, blood type O positive, assistant district attorney, likes coffee, toffee, and haute couture. Dislikes sunburn, dead pixels, and ice train. Ex Benedict, plays chess, shogi, and idol savant stars. That sounds like a gacha. Is she a car person? Yes. Ah, well, actually I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Oh no, she does the shiny eyes things. No, the glasses thing. Oh no, she does it on a loop. That's dangerous. You know it's dangerous when they're doing the shiny glasses thing on a loop. Well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? Damn. It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here. Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. That kills people. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case where a single female victim shot through the heart and you're to blame, you love a bad name. Yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh? I mean Carlos Flat, a serial killer. The same serial killer that has marked the state for weeks. He's not using his middle name. He was found with a murder weapon. But I can answer that any number of ways. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glance at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm is smothered, with document-sensitive issues. Never could have made the shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. Oh. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She's got all that from a glance? Oh, she's good. She's good. But I'm sure a competent liar like yourself pointed that out the minute you walked in here. Of course! Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the time to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, right, so, sorry, you probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is! A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. Well, at least this Heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it, he chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only killings. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kinda look like me. Morgan, do you want to say something about that? Do they? Oh, she's even asking herself that. Okay, so... Sure. What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when he's there first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You got something catchier in mind. I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. The real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake. Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, the last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish and cowardly and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. See, that's why it got me. The coloring of the shadow behind Morgan. Like it's in the details. She's the only one who has 2 tones, who visibly has 2 tones that are very different between one and the other. The detective kind of had like a gradient going on. I noticed it was darker on the bottom than on the top, but it was the same color. Your profile tell you all that? No. That part just takes one to know one. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique. The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, loss. They probably knew the victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. Detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an antique firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but her playfully little instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. But I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed inside information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in that million years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police though, maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK is not a cop, how did I know about the blackout timing? Crime metastatistics analysis? Probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city and time them out, look for brief spikes in delays, chart out the deep scene. Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. in a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck! I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan. I mean I need more crime scenes. Oh. The truth is, if Heartbreak walk away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. It is of the devil, if you will. Fair enough. Woof. Okay, that run was pretty morbid. And the tail. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher threat count would help? Don't worry about it, I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So, no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. That's not what I take from the blinding use of light that the game is currently doing. We're both just doing what we do. And the changing color. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first on the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation, and the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. And that's the end of episode 0. I believe that's what the people call Toxic Yuri. Ah, that's an android. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun. Really? Really? Educational too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Well, I fucking called it that she was the, Like, the game is not trying to, you know, hide it. Except for, like, maybe 20 minutes. But also. And he shall appear. That's the title of the episode. I guess it's the, to be continued in... It's as much as best as I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have you set for life, and after too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing, you dress like a doorman on the weekends too? Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. It's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. And episode 1. An idle mind. It's the devil's work. Well, it's more like an idle man on the devil's hands, something like that. About like, you know, not thinking too much, not thinking of things. And my results: 2 articles, 6 profiles, 18 key terms, 16 pieces of evidence, 33 total credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 33 credits. You've also unlocked concept and bonus scenarios on your highest score for episode 0. You also have a total of 32 remaining store credit to spend on phone charge and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. I'll watch the bonus scenarios maybe after we do all of the episodes. I can customize. It's more... Her charm is called Morgan Time. It's called Morgan Time. Black phone case, rose gold phone case, magenta, red, teal, yellow, white, let's go Sarah, Satustuk, Emma, Deep in Thought, London Head Empty, Ray is Angie, Ada, Handle with Care, Many Cheers. Oh, and those, the War for Clearing episodes 2 on High Roller. Bonus scenarios aren't too long. Hello. I mean, I'm willing to make to do them. I want to do them after I finish all of the episodes. I feel like that's the best option for me. But first, ooh, Rose Gold is very cute. It's 3D. I love her. She is such a terrible person. But I also want the Fidget Toppy. Oh my god, it's so cute. I love Fidget Toppy. Let's just clean up the evidence and... Oh god, there's a bunch of terms. A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. True. How Indices is the world leader in the research, development, manufacturing, and feeding of cybernetic prosthetics for commercial and private use. And we're hiring. We're seeking motivated and passionate activists, programmers, salespersons, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic anatomy, and more. Not interested in sponsored research? See further with a premium account. God dang it. I hate premium accounts. It's just so cute, the fidget, my Bobby. The process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges and stresses that come with cybernetic body modifications typically includes physical therapy, mental technique instruction, and sensitivity training. Depending on an individual's viability or lack thereof, medications and even minor viral turning may be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements made in recent years in medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of the patients that require such treatment. Phantom, phantom pain. Pain or discomfort that the brain experiences are coming from an amputated part of the body. When stimuli stop coming from a part of the body that is no longer there, the areas of the nervous system that were previously devoted to processing those sensations reconfigure themselves to still be of use. Occasionally, the brain mistakes this new sensory processing as still being associated with pain or sensation from the amputated limb. Because of the large mental element at play, therapy for phantom pain reduction necessarily involves psychological conditioning and often the use of prosthetics. Phantom pain has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the spread of the body modification movement. Debate over whether the mother scene has increased or decreased public empathy for amputees and the disabled remains contentious. You mean phantom visions? Phantom visions are caused by faulty insulation on cybernetic eye mods, resulting in periodic electrical discharges across the retina. Schedule a consultation immediately if you suspect this applies to you. This is also frequently searched for. My mod hurts, mother itching, is my arm haunted? That's, okay. Profiling. Did you mean profile? How to delete? Profile filtering. Trying to get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine take the reign with our automated, secure, and confidential tool that put your better than best foot forward and put the sexy back into finding the right match. No. How about no? How about we don't do that? Okay. It's been like over an hour of the time that I usually get my coffee, so I'm gonna go get my coffee. We'll do a little intervention. I'll go get my coffee, and then we'll start episode 1, and we'll go until the usual time I finish the stream. We'll go with my thought was the kind of profiling I was doing. I have a feeling that the funniest thing that could happen is that they would end in a situation where like the toxic Yuri could happen, and Emma would be like, actually no, I don't like women. That would be hilarious to me. Like, I like, something about Morgan having a terrible time would be funny to me. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Let's get to episode 1. Let's see how badly things go for us. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the core room. Quick saving and auto saves will be disabled as well, so remember to save regularly. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial gameplay will be increased. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credits in this episode. Completing this episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can be earned any other way. You can turn high roller mode off at any time in settings, but in order to turn it back on, you would have to restart this episode. This episode contains time-sensitive choices. You can double their direction or disable them entirely in the settings menu. I already did that because I know myself. When I play Ace Attorney, I like actually thinking about what I'm choosing. Ergo, I feel like if you tied me, I would make many mistakes. I'm not good at quick time events, and I'm not good at thinking smart, fast. These episodes contain testimony segments. Objectionable words or clauses will become red when you prepare to call on them. This additional hinting can be disabled in the settings menu. You can adjust either of these features at any point without affecting your high roller status. High roller mode is intended to encourage risk-taking and discourage safe scumming. Consider enabling if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. Well, I do get to take my time, whether it's high roller or not, and there is an exclusive charm, and I have a gambling addiction, so why not? Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. You can turn them back on in settings. Well, to be fair, we haven't done an actual court setting, so I might need the tutorials for that just to make sure, but I can disable them for episode 2. When we get there. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Because you notice, anyone could tell something's bothering you, and you're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts. And yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes, probably curse them out. Yeah, I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. And then he dies. Well, somebody dies. Glass him! Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 AM local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area. Fuck off, copper! Visual impaired. Facial recognition compromise. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Or he'll have us pin us down to our dental records before you can say we're fucked. Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform. Good morning to you too, Morgan citizen. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it! Must be the new coat of paint! You are referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty, scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. God, it's such a shame. You're kinda cute, but you're a cop, and all cops are bastards. Civil disobedience at this time of day, in this part of the country, located directly in front of Officer Leo. What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Ah yes, because protesting and demonstrating requires permits now. We live in a dystopia. How could I forget? Fucking hate the future, and by the future I mean the present. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Satire is a product of its time. That is true. That satire is indeed a product of its time. Except when you see satire that is older than yourself. Like really, really older. Like, oh god, I wasn't even born older. My parents were young older and realized that it was the same shit all the time. That's when you lose your mind a little bit. Thanks for the forecast. So does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, man. This is the pink Kool-Aid that they use in the Danganronpa games. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it. The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street. The funniest thing about me joking and being like, ah yes, the Danganronpa blood. This is true. Like, that is the Danganronpa blood color. And it is for stylistic purposes. It's not for, like, at least in Danganronpa, it's not a censoring thing. They did it because, like, they were kind of going for this kind of like ultra hyper pop look to the game. So, like, you know, make the blood fucking bubblegum pink. Who the fuck cares? But in Raincoat, no wait, is it Raincoat? There was another game, same writer, same creator. It's Koreka. It's not Raincoat. Detectives Archives, something. I don't remember the name. But in that one, they also do the pink blood thing. But the I was near. God, I don't remember. But like in that game, they do the pink blood thing, and they actually use it. Like, it's a plot point. The pink blood starts as, like, you assume, oh, it's the same artist for Danganronpa, it's the same writer for Danganronpa, like, it's the same kind of setup as Danganronpa, and then the game gives you like a gigantic subversion at the end, and the pink blood becomes like actually plot important. And fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts his lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts his head to the side. You can't work the piler without screen up on the roof, so... I don't know, take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man already walking away tosses a dismissive way behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. That damn coppers in every street corner. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion long enough for the whole world to hear. You declared martial law when I wasn't looking? The small woman beside him trying hard to appear even smaller ships in her seat. Well, they're just doing their jobs, so... But don't have jobs save the ones they stole from us. I saw they don't patrol nearly so heavily in Uptown even on the worst days. His audience, captives by virtue of sharing the same charging pool as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh, now that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at the hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. While a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk here around the block, get her some air, would you? Apparently this call can't wait, and it's loaded on a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am, I'd be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound hovered between a whir and a purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. It's a vocal minority that think they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else... You're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit too much. I didn't get to read that last sentence. Oh, okay. But I went on last night, so I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. Yeah, the first sentence and then it's like the crime. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you for showing us your crimes. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L3O my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service! And of course, he creaks out a mirror response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But he didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. For your crimes, or... An idle mind is the devil's work. Well, it is more like idle hands, but, you know. Sub 20. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Could I have knocked? Oh. Stop! Desk personality setting 6, the cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent. That kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see, you're a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available. My bad, PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for conceal, it'd have to at least be small enough to... This would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. Maybe let's just be explicit. I need a mag rail. What? We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniature ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force which slings a slug fast enough to miss the limb at over 30 meters. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am, my bad. Two-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their tool set, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around in the shop? Start. There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. But this is a gun store after all. Power is always political. Someone left a datapad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. In a blitz of cross-posts on 90 different socials translated into all 11 dominant languages, the supposed hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. I do love when a person calls themselves a gentleman thief. Not everybody is a gentleman thief, but those who call themselves a gentleman thief, when they know how to be a gentleman thief, they're very good at it. I'm mostly thinking about Trilby. Now that's one that most people don't know about. Though the posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within. I can't believe that the future has more journalistic integrity. Has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources at Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's capture data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack, as supply halted and demand rose, stalked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. A spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Wanna take care of that real quick? No, fuck you. Lobo again, or someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, as long as they're a genuine threat. And no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious kills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for... It's not the first time Lobos voices displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. For unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries are fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. I have to wonder if the writer here working on episode 3 is in production. So, I guess not episode 3, but I have to wonder if they're gonna have to change stuff on episode 4, considering the current state of affairs worldwide. Like, I don't know, as a writer, I feel like that would make me change a lot of things. Which it has. My novel that I'm writing now includes the presence of an entity called the Second USSR. I'm not even joking. Is it like the USSR? No, technically it's closer to like the BRICS, or what the Mercosur is. But it is called the Second USSR, which people in the setting, historians, discuss if that was a failure of optics, because yeah, you called it the Second USSR. I don't know if that was a smart choice, optics-wise. But that's the same discussion of being like, well, Marx calling it the dictatorship of the proletariat was kind of a bad optics decision, because nobody likes the idea of a dictatorship. So like, yeah, optics-wise, I guess. Yeesh, would it kill you to clean up a little? Visitors kindly ask customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable. Stagnant theory, really. They get a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here. Stagnant world, modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name with hell, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in his groundbreaking controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. You used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they help create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be small and powerful, as powerful as possible. Oh no, this is like reality. I don't like it. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. Yeah, and destroying the United States. I mean, who said that? There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection niche. Or a state honeypot if you wanna be paranoid. They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. But I got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why the 12-6 work week gives us more free time than ever. Oh god. Okay, I need to... Look. I already got political with the last 3 things that I said, but this is pissing me off because, okay, I'm from Argentina, and if no one has seen the news, they basically made these legal. 12-6 work week. They also made it legal to pay you in food and lodging, so they don't even have to pay you money for working 12 hours, 6 days a week. So basically they legalized slavery. This is a country where slavery is legal. And just seeing that just got me for a second. Like... we live in hell. Hell is not real because all of the demons are here. And they're human, is the worst part. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. Oh boy, that's just AI. But them limits are anti-democracy. Oh god. Woof. Yeah, Morgan, same. You know, if I lived in Morgan's conditions, I think I also would become a serial killer. Transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. If the Anime 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Terran solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed. What? Proprietary Advantage Automated Dependent Management System along with the Animate series Alliance. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic or... No, they wouldn't risk. Fake news? But why? Perhaps been known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language. Misinformation maybe, trying to alter many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead? Including the popular test series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. Ah, she's just like me for real. I love using debit. 9:41 AM, July 1st, 2086. The gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy, greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them, their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them, either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Morgan's apartment. Ah, she's kind of a neat freak too. Well, no, actually, those are boxes. Did you forget to finish unpacking, woman? I didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing fumbling in my pocket for my lighter? Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I gave the card, didn't I? Here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with bad expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. Bodycon, you cannot ask someone that. Hidden talent, baking. You can bake? Incredible. Oh god, he's so cute. Just look at it. Anyway, David. That's a fanboy. October 28, 180 centimeters. 68 kilograms. You need to put on weight, honey. O negative, lead programmer of novel electronics, like street food, crowds, fishing, dislike brain freezing, brain freeze, driving, lint. Everybody hates lint. Eyeglasses, custom designed by Fiamma. Shampoo, expensive. Sense of humor, unique. Yeah, that's a fanboy if I ever seen one. A fine quality fanboy, yeah. He even has like the dead anime mom hairstyle. So good for him. Morgan, how are you friends with a fanboy? Like I need to know. I'm curious. Let's see. The big bad wolf was here. We tried to process it away, but Lobo beat our ass till we ragdoll. You are welcome for cleaning out this cache of soy slop before it could clog your brain's arteries any further. To whatever dumbass dishwater script kitty they yell at to come fix this. A word of advice from your superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Wanna re-secure? Try these. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk and take a deep breath and then firebomb your own service. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slack-jawed screen lobotomites looking for a little excitement in their search history, find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach you how to run with the wolf. Lobo is king. He's a little dramatic, I feel. The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from novel, auto-edited montages, ill-fitted quotes, reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. The raw and authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing around? Phone call better not be work related. I'm not in the right mood. Morgan, hey, thanks for getting up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her. Hi, Jess. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. June 24, 176, 63 kilograms. Occupation, executive assistant at Noble Electronics, like dancing, buying shoes, reselling shoes. Dislikes hangovers of mattresses and machismo. Charm point, her earnest smile. Relaxes by a bar hopping in the lower wards. Best at reading the stock market. What? Oh, of course you have, duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I just, with the company and the people and all the... What I mean is, if you were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but... It's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kind of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear from a stream, Chiron. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you talking... I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm going to get, maybe for weeks. But to ask at a time like this... I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? The police are already involved? They say it was some kind of poison or... God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess, whatever you need. Whatever you need. A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Oh, please don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me... I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often, or more quickly than is strictly necessary. And that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be double and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course! Thanks, Morgan, thank you. Wait, I almost forgot! What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? You mean for a funeral? 10:11 a.m., July 1st, 2086. In transit. The autocab hums a synthesized spur as our on-ramp merges into a canopy superhighway steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopies always felt very arts and crafts to me. Cobbled together, always added on to never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly. Yeah, and like even in a brutalist way, like there is beautiful brutalist architecture. This is just kind of messy. And it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little car sick. I'm fine, thanks for asking. If I ignore her text now, she'll just send me more later. Currently texting with which? Hey, Freckles! Saw your friend Asher on the news. RIP. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. What a shot! We all have our strengths. God damn, you're one passive-aggressive little girl. Why's all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, went the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Ah, not from me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Do you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 cat out of 10 shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking you for advice. Okay. I guess it's never sunk in. Cause you spend most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. They're rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the mechs that owe their likenesses. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But mechs don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, when mechs are a lot more lively when it comes to fucking. I'm going to assume fucking. Gross. Workers with a lot of stress to vent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one running. Where I got fucked deep into corporate intrigue. Why? Cause I got caught in Annie Life 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. Lot of stress to vent, huh? Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide cause I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. That is true. Huffing glue and playing roulettes on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just cause Asher was your pal. My actual advice is... get whatever you're owed. Then get out of there fast as fuck, boy. That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body is sent out to sea on a boat and also burned. Then, they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. But what the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should I work smarter, lol? And if you wanna go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Christmas party. Damn. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. We got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, or better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringing by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, is basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments of calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you got a second, I was curious about... I saw the headline, by the way, the war where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but... I don't know, maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just writing sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress. The story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about them moving stuff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all about my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of half hiring burst. So I spent 2 months in the warrants. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, warrants? Oh, that's just what they called the company dorms back then on account of all the... well, all the people. Plus it was underground. Didn't see the sun that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Asher directly. On a random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday? Thursday afternoon. The day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, we still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right, thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. I'm guessing you've already been to his place. Yeah, it's a real mess over there. Is that bloody? Oh god, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean with the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers, each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's very, it's a very high productivity atmosphere is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night? They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they kept it under wraps that long? I know there are a lot of powerful people in his circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours... That seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So you found out last night? Right, last night. Oh god, I'm so sorry, I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. Do you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP and that's where he passed, so... But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers, they had the rest of the company. People seemed pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. So what time would that have been? I guess I got there around 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Sent my last blood, 9:13, see, gonna expire. Whoever put me in heels this morning, it me. They can do that to your phone, lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote out my tag, yeah. How convenient. So, if I got in at 9 p.m., I'd guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30 p.m.? I hadn't been there for more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital. That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that... If you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. A Noble Electronics lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason, or... Had to think about you, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. Just, I have to wonder. What kind of request did David make of you? It couldn't wait a few days. Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something. Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it. Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall. And all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside. Right, he was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. These are pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from everyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid, even when he had every right to be. If he wanted his handle a certain way, it must be for a good reason. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah? Wait, you don't think that when we met he had already decided? It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. Dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. 10:34 a.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing Building plate here. Lobby. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It don't sound right airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, hands speaking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about the edges of the police line, the heat of their panic anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all those people? Well, they've always been people with strong feelings about our products. Android stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly unfeeling, parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep, David had all the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble. Wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning and make sure to request a spot in the line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part. I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after... Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have to go ahead from the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is it still called a crime scene if it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault's in the penthouse's basement, but we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walking in his front door and then head down. If Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay, so if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him. Hey, ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain. You're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective! How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll leave. I don't see the spunky one around. Is she taking a mental health day to preserve that inflammable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Why you miss her that bad? I had blind pimples that were more endearing. You two know each other? Yes, darling. Made homicide detective Quasim London. It's a pleasure, miss. Likewise. You might have guessed the detective and I are acquainted comes with the line of work. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. We met once! Oh, whoa, me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling. Oh, no, nothing's wrong. But close as we are, I still can't just let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules, so there is a game afoot. So what makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then, when my back is up. Oh, cool. Guy gets a bit grey in his hair and thinks he's a free pass to look like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of you two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Yes? Right. We have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us to... That's alright, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holsters for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David. Really, we won't be sending food anywhere near your staging area, detective. Is London actually cool? I guess he can be cool if he tries. I said he's trying. Alright, why not? Oh, generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up... You just stood to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions. Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is not entirely up to me. What time is it? Oh, well, let's save. God, it's so cute. Sorry, it's just, we're 15 minutes over time and my back is hurting, so we're gonna finish for today. Thank you everybody for being here. We're continuing on Friday. We keep going on with Off the Devil on Friday, and we'll keep going until we finish all of the episodes and the other stuff, and then we'll just have to wait until the next episode comes out. Which, who knows when that will be. But anyway, these have been fun. Morgan is a terrible person, and that makes her very fun. Like genuinely, what a piece of shit she is. I kinda love her. Yeah, we're continuing Friday and Saturday. So, I don't know if I stan her, but I like her I like her attitude. She's fun. She's silly. She's silly and she kills people. What can you do? But anyway, yeah, I think that's it. We're continuing this on Friday and Saturday, so I'll see you then. So, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good Thursday, which, you know, is a rest day for me. And I'll see you on Friday for us interrogating London, I guess. It's not really an interrogation. We're not in the courthouse yet. But we are going to ask him questions and probably make him very uncomfortable by asking questions that he might not want us to ask. Which is very important. It is very important to do that as a lawyer, I feel. Bye, everyone.